No, una voce o Francesca Spinto.
Questo c'è da dire.
Ah,
It's working out. It's okay. Okay, that's the
Okay.
good. Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you for being here. This is the second session of the Socioeconomic and Environmental Models for Land Use Management workshop, organized by, in collaboration with Professor Pierluigi Morano, Francesco Tajani, and Felicia Di Riddo from Sapienza University and Polytechnic University of Bari. This is the order of presentations for this first part of this session, because then we will have another session that will start at 4 p.m. So here I put also the link for virtual presentation that, of course, the virtual presenter can use for sharing their screen and their presentation. And here, due to the fact that today several presentations will be online, so there will be no time for open question. So presentation will go further without any kind of question, but we can share our opinion and our ideas regarding maybe some paper that about which we will hear through this Google module. So if you can scan this QR code, and there will be a Google module on which you can write something relating to comments, suggestion, shared ideas regarding other papers, so other research. And I think this is the best way for go further with the presentation and be on time. Okay, so we can start with the first one. Okay, first one, I have to present the first one of this second session of Samlum. So today we'll present our work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you have to change my
Yes, another one.
the sharing of the screen.
This one.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
And screen is smaller.
Okay. Okay, today we'll present our work entitled From Literature Evidence to Method Selection, Two-Layer MCDA Framework for Project Alternative Evaluation in Public Procurement. The starting point of this paper is a very simple but often underestimated question. When a public authority chooses MCDA method, what is it actually choosing? It is not only choosing a calculation technique, it is choosing the logic through which alternatives will be compared, criteria will be weighted, trade-offs will be accepted or limited, and the final decision will be justified. So this is particularly important in public procurement, where evaluation is not only a technical exercise, and it is also a regulated, auditable, and contestable procedure. The research question of the paper is the following. How can MCDA method selection in public procurement be structured so that it is both normatively defensible and methodologically correct? This question is important because MCDA methods are widely used in procurement, especially when project alternatives must be evaluated according to multiple criteria. However, the choice of the method is often left implicit or treated as a conventional methodological preference. Our objective is therefore to move from literature evidence to a structured selection framework. The paper develops three main steps. First, it uses previous review evidence on MCDA application in public procurement. Second, it proposes a two-layer framework, one layer related to normative compatibility and one layer related to methodological adequacy. Third, it translates this framework into an operational matrix, supporting context-sensitive method selection. Public procurement increasingly involves complex evaluation settings. When public administration compare project alternatives, they usually need to consider several dimensions at the same time. There is an economic dimension related not only to price, but also to life cycle costs, operating costs, maintenance costs, and residual value. There is a technical dimension related to performance, functionality, innovation, quality standards, and compliance with technical requirements. There is an environmental dimension, including the energy performance, carbon footprint, circular economy criteria, recyclability, and life cycle environmental impacts. And there is also a social dimension, which may include accessibility, labor conditions, local employment, user safety, and broader public value. In this context, the decision cannot be reduced to the lowest price. MCDA methods are useful because they provide structured tools to compare alternatives across multiple and heterogeneous criteria. However, this also means that the method used to aggregate, weigh, and rank these criteria directly influences the final outcome. The main problem, I don't know why they are black. Okay. The main problem addressed in this paper is that despite the growing use of MCDA procurement, the selection of the method is often not sufficiently justified. In many cases, the method is chosen because it is familiar, or because it has been used in previous studies, or because it is technically convenient. But in public procurement, this is not enough. The choice of the MCDA method affects transparency, traceability, auditability, and robustness. It affects how the evaluation process can be explained before the award procedure, and how it can be reconstructed after the decision. So the key point of the paper is regulated procurement. In regulated procurement, MCDA method selection cannot be considered a natural technical step. It must be explicitly designed and justified. The framework proposed in this paper builds on previous review evidence concerning 74 studies published between 1998 and 2023 on MCDA applications in public procurement, with particular attention to construction and infrastructure. This review showed three relevant findings. First, AHP technique remains one of the most central and widely used methods in this field. Second, the literature shows a growing diversification of techniques, including best first method, IDAS, MABAC, DIA, TOPSIS variant, and hybrid configurations. Third, several weaknesses remain. In particular, the literature shows limited reporting of robustness checks and sensitivity analysis, weak standardization and environmental and social criteria, and limited methodological reporting. These findings suggest that the main gap is no longer simply documenting which MCDA methods are used. The real issue is understanding how these methods should be selected in relation to the procurement context. To address this gap, the paper proposes a two-layer framework. The first layer is normative compatibility. It works as an admissibility filter. So before asking whether a method is analytically sophisticated, we need to ask whether it can be incorporated into a regulated procurement procedure. The second layer is methodological adequacy. Once the set of normatively compatible methods has been identified, the framework asks which method or combination of methods is most current with the structure of the decision problem. So the framework follows a sequential logic. First, is the method compatible with the procedural requirements of public procurement? Second, is the method adequate for the specific evaluation problem? The final output is not necessarily a single MCDA technique. In many cases, the best solution is a methodological configuration combining different functions, such as weighting, ranking, screening, and robustness testing. The first layer focuses on normative compatibility. Public procurement law does not prescribe one specific MCDA algorithm. However, it defines the conditions under which an evaluation method can be used in a legitimate and defensible way. In our framework, a method is compatible with public procurement only if it satisfies 5 requirements. The first is transparency and explainability. So the evaluation logic must be understandable and communicable. The second is ex-ante definability. Criteria, weights, parameters, and aggregation rules must be defined before evaluation takes place. The third is verifiability and auditability. So the outcome must be traceable and open to independent review. The fourth is control of discretion. Expert judgment may be used, but it must be bounded, documented, and justifiable. The fifth is effective competitive comparison. The method must allow meaningful comparison among competing alternatives without introducing opaque distortions. The first layer does not yet select the best method. It defines the set of methods that can be used in a procedural, defensible way. After the normative filter, the second layer focuses on methodological adequacy. So here the guiding question is, does the method fit the structure of the decision problem? This layer considers 5 dimensions. First, the evaluation function. Is the main task to determine weights, to rank alternatives, to screen option, or to test the robustness? Second, the compensation logic. Is full compensation among criteria acceptable, or should weak performance on key criteria not be fully offset by strong performance on others? Third, the nature of the data. Are the data numerically unstable, or are they qualitative, linguistic, uncertain, or incomplete? Fourth, relationship among criteria. Can the criteria be represented as independent and hierarchical, or do they influence one another? Fifth, robustness and operational sustainability. Does the ranking remain stable under plausible variations of weights, thresholds, or assumptions? And can the method realistically be implemented by the evaluation commission? This second layer is important because it rejects the idea of a universally superior MCDA method. The appropriate method depends on the decision context. The framework is then translated into an operational selection matrix. The matrix links recurrent procurement needs to methodological implication and current MCDA families. For example, when the priority is transparent weighting and preference solicitation, HP or best first method may be appropriate. Or when the procedure requires a 2-stage process with structured weighting and a rapid auditable final ranking, hybrid configurations such as HP or best first method combined with TOPSIS, EDAS, or MEBAC may be suitable. Finally, when rankings are exposed to contestation, sensitivity analysis and robustness checks must become essential to strengthen the defensibility of the result. The matrix should not be understood as a universal prescription. It is a context-sensitive guide for designing a current evaluation architecture. To conclude, the paper makes one central argument. In public procurement, MCDA method selection is part of evaluation design. It is not a secondary technical choice. The selection method influences how alternatives are compared, how criteria are weighted, how compensation is allowed or limited, how uncertainty is treated, and how the final ranking can be defended. The contribution of the paper is both conceptual and operational. Conceptually, it clarifies that MCVA method choice must combine procedural defensibility and analytical coherence. Operationally, it provides a two-layer framework and a selection matrix that can support public administrations, evaluators, and researchers in choosing methods more transparently and systematically. Of course, the framework has also limitations. It is a theoretical operational proposal and should be further validated through real procurement cases and comparative application across different regulatory contexts. Nevertheless, its main value lies in shifting attention from the simple repertoire of available MCDA methods to the design of a current methodological architecture. The final message is this. Selecting an MCDA method means designing the logic of public evaluation. So thank you for your attention. Okay, so thank you. So we can move on with the second presentation. We can move forward to the second presentation.
Yes.
Hello, Alicia.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, you can try to share your screen.
Yes. Can you see the?
Yes, here. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you can start. The floor is yours.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today for share a part of my research. I'm Alice Rocco. I'm from the University of Catania, Italy, and today I present my contribute titled "A Territorial Adaptive Composite Index for Urban Energy Poverty, Local Vulnerability Drivers." So in the work, I look at how energy poverty appears inside cities that are places where the space itself can create inequalities and different forms of vulnerability. Today, European indicators are useful for monitoring energy poverty at general level, but they don't show what happens inside the neighborhoods. So they describe the different types of vulnerability, and therefore they don't reveal the structural reasons behind them. And my research starts exactly from this gap. The presentation is organized in three main parts. In the first part, I will give you a short introduction of energy poverty. I will briefly explain how the concept has evolved over time and what it means today and how it is currently measured. In the second part, I will present my research. I will describe the gap that motivated the study, the aim of the research, and the methodology that I used. And I will introduce the case study of Catania. At the end, I will show you a sensitivity analysis, and I will conclude with the future direction of this research. So we can see through this timeline the most important step of energy poverty and how the concept of energy poverty has evolved from an economic issue to a multidimensional social and territorial challenge. It emerged in the 1970s when the oil crisis revealed that access to energy could be a form of social exclusion. Was formally defined in the UK in 2000 and entered in the European Union agenda in 2010 with the third energy package. In 2018, the Energy Poverty Observatory systematized the indicators, and in the 2021, with energy and geopolitical crisis, energy poverty became central priority of the Green Deal. Finally, in 2023, the European Union provided the first clear multidimensional definition. So today, energy poverty is recognized as a multidimensional and very current issue. And, it is no longer only an economic problem, and it intersects many of the global goals for sustainable development. The directive now defines it officially as the lack of access to essential energy services needed to guarantee minimum standards of living and health. And it links this condition to several dimensions, like income, energy cost, building efficiency, climatic and environmental conditions, and social vulnerability. The European Union uses 4 official harmonized indicators to measure and monitor the energy poverty. The first 2 indicators are based on self-assessment. In the first one depends on individual preferences and perceptions, which can vary across people, across member states, and even within the same country, and depending on temperature differences and habits. Doesn't refer only to energy bills. It also doesn't capture different energy needs. For example, households that underconsume energy may have no barriers simply because limit their consumption. The third the third indicator identifies the share of a household's budget spent on energy bills. However, it is based on national income levels. And the fourth indicator captures the economic dimension within each country, especially cases of underspending. But it doesn't consider aspects such as energy efficiency, housing condition, or climatic variability. And for these 2 indicators, data collection takes place only every 5 years. So EPA complements these indicators with a set of secondary indicators like socioeconomic, energy-related, climatic, and housing-related. And these are useful for territorial analysis, but they are not recognized as official EU indicators. And these official indicators are essential for national monitoring, but they are not designed to capture how vulnerability emerges inside the city. And this brings me to the gap of my research. So the city cannot be treated as a homogeneous space. We need to understand how local inequalities can evolve into different forms of energy poverty. And this is the starting point we need in order to design the right tools and the right actions. And if we cannot see how vulnerability changes within the city, we cannot design the effective and target measures. This is why a new approach is needed. The aim of the research is to evaluate at the urban scale the conditions that can evolve into energy poverty, and to build an index capable of capturing the internal diversity of the city. To do this, we developed a methodology based on a multidimensional reading of the urban fabric, integrating socioeconomic, building, climatic, urban, and institutional drivers. It develops through 6 phases. In the first, the indicators are selected. In the second, they are grouped into drivers. And after this, all indicators are normalized, and they are weighted through an entropy-based procedure. After the composite index is calculated, and finally a spatial analysis is carried out to understand how vulnerability emerges inside the city. To test the methodology, I selected 4 neighbors that represent the main socio-spatial configuration of the city of Catania. The first one is Librino, that is a large public housing district with socioeconomic fragility and an aging building stock. The second is Angeli Custodi, that is an historic center area with a compact morphology and pre-1945 buildings, and with the highest levels of socioeconomic vulnerability in the city. Zielisa is a mixed peripheral area with heterogeneous buildings and intermediate socioeconomic conditions. And Corso Italia is an affluent coastal district with high quality buildings and the highest socio-economic indicators. Together, these areas capture the full spectrum of the urban diversity in Catania. As the first step, I selected the indicators that could be best represent the conditions of each neighbor, and each indicator had to capture a fundamental dimension of urban energy vulnerability. These dimensions are the drivers of the methodology. And in the second step, the indicators were grouped into 6 drivers that are socioeconomic, building, energy, climatic, urban, and institutional. The indicators were normalized, bringing all values into 0-1 scale, and this allows indicators with different units and ranges to be compared directly. And to avoid the subjective choices in the weighting process, the study adopts an entropy-based procedure. The entropy method measures the amount of information carried out by each indicator across the 4 about 4 neighbors. Indicators showing higher variability contribute more to the composite index, while more uniform indicators receive lower weights. Based on the normalized and weighted indicators, the vulnerability index was computed for each neighbors, providing a comparable measure of their relative exposure to urban energy vulnerability. Overall, the results confirm that urban energy vulnerability is not uniform, but strongly shaped by the specific characteristic of each neighbors. From here, the analysis phase begins, and a schematic spatial representation of local vulnerability to energy poverty was produced using the 4 vulnerability classes derived from the empirical distribution of the composite index values. The classification is based on quartile results. The driver decomposition analysis disaggregates the composite index into its 6 constituent drivers, allowing the identification of the relative contribution of each dimension to neighbors' level vulnerability. By comparing drivers values across area, the analysis highlights the structural determinants of vulnerability and clarifies whether socioeconomic, building, energy, climatic, urban, or institutional factors are dominant sources of the disparity. The sensitivity analysis was carried out by introducing controlled variation in the drivers. The first table shows the baseline scenario. In the scenario A, we increased one of socioeconomic indicator by 10%. The results show a uniform increase across all neighborhoods, except for Corso Italia, where this variation doesn't produce any increase in vulnerability. In scenario B, we increased climatic indicator by 10%, and in this case, Librino experiences a stronger deterioration compared to the other neighborhoods. And in the scenario C is different. We increased an urban indicator related to a green space by 10%, and since this is a positive factor, the values decrease, indicating an improvement. And here, the Angeli Custodi shows the highest improvement, which is consistent with its compact historic center morphology and its limited availability of green areas. So the results open several directions for future work, particularly for policy design and urban planning. They point to the need for the citywide application, for the integration of new indicators, and for the operational use of the index in prioritizing interventions, but also the typology of the interventions. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alicia. It's a very interesting work. And I remember that for this session, if any of the presenters or authors that is participating want to share ideas, want to share comments without any fear of English language or anything else, it is possible to scan the QR code that I previously shared, and then maybe I share again only for 1 moment. Okay, I don't know if you can see also for long. So if you scan this QR code, there will be a Google module on which you can write your ideas, your comments, suggestions, anything else, anything that you want, okay, regarding your presentation, okay? And in this sense, with the structure, we can move on, okay, with the third presenter of the session. Okay, Professor Oliveira, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, Professor.
Okay, I'm sharing the presentation.
Okay, perfect. We can hear you, and we can also see your screen.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm João Zamujal Oliveira from the University of Lisbon and University of Madeira. And this work was a developed collaboration with Deborah Anelli for Sapienza, University of Rome. So today I will present a study situated at the intersection of the circular economy, sustainability assessment, and multi-criteria decision analysis. So our objective is to address a practical challenge faced by organizations worldwide. That is, how can we compare circular material alternatives when the available data are heterogeneous and the evaluation criteria are multidimensional and the objectives often conflict? So let me begin with the motivation behind this research. So the traditional toolkit for material selection is largely based on HP charts. These tools have been extremely successful in engineering because they allow comparison between properties such as strength and stiffness and density and thermal performance. However, we know that modern procurement decisions extend well beyond technical performance. So organizations are increasingly expected to account for carbon emissions, resource efficiency, circularity targets, supply chain resilience, and some regulatory pressures. So as illustrated in this slide, the classical two-dimensional engineering perspective no longer captures the complexity of contemporary decision-making. So material selection has evolved from a purely technical exercise into a strategic sustainability challenge requiring multiple dimensions to be assessed concurrently. So this leads to our research problem. How can organizations compare heterogeneous material alternatives with a single consistent decision framework? The challenge arises because different types of information coexist. So some variables are quantitative, such as carbon emissions or material cost. Some others are qualitative, such as supply reliability and strategic importance. And furthermore, these criteria often point in opposite directions. So a material with excellent environmental performance may be expensive, while a low-cost alternative may be performed less well from a sustainability perspective. So organizations, therefore, need a method of integrating these diverse criteria into a transparent and auditable decision process. So, to address the challenge, we adopt the already known AHP developed by Sati. And AHP was selected for three main reasons. First, it structures complex decisions through a hierarchy consisting of decision objective, evaluation criteria, and alternative options. Second, it allows quantitative and qualitative factors to coexist within the same analytical framework. Third, it incorporates consistency verification, providing mathematical assessment of the reliability of expert judgments. So in essence, AHP transforms diverse subjective information into a set of measurable priorities that can support robust decision making. So this slide presents the conceptual architecture of the framework. The methodology is built around three hypotheses. The first one proposed that clearly defined material classes improve consistency during evaluation. The second suggests that combining life cycle assessment with indicators with qualitative expert assessment generates more robust decision outcomes. The third states that ratio-based pairwise comparisons enable meaningful comparisons between highly heterogeneous alternatives. So together, these hypotheses form the theoretical backbone of the proposed approach and guide the validation process. So we apply the framework to three major classes of circular materials. The first class consists of recycled materials obtained from secondary waste streams such as aluminum and post-consumer plastics. The second class includes bio-based materials derived from renewable biological resources such as natural fibrous composites. And the third class consists of low-carbon virgin materials produced through innovative low-emission process, including green aluminum and hydrogen-based steel. So these alternatives differ substantially in terms of environmental impact, cost structure, technical characteristics, availability, and end-of-life management, making them ideal candidates for a multi-criteria comparison. So to evaluate these alternatives, we defined 5 criteria. And the first is carbon footprint, weighted at 30%. The second is cost, weighted at 25%. The third is technical performance, weighted at 20%, the forces availability, weighted at 15%, and finally, circularity, weighted at 10%. So these weights were obtained through pairwise comparisons and reflect a balanced industrial procurement perspective. An important logical consideration concerns criterion direction. So not all criteria behave in the same way. So for carbon emissions and cost, lower values are preferable, and for availability and circularity, higher variables are desirable. So technical performance is treated according to specific benchmark used, and to ensure comparability, all criteria are transformed into a standardized benefit scores before entering the HP calculations. So these steps guarantees a consistent evaluation scale across all dimensions. The procedure consists of 5 steps. The first one, the raw performance values are transformed into benefit scores. The second, these scores are normalized to generate local priorities for each criterion. Third, pairwise comparison metrics are constructed using relationships between alternatives. Fourth, priorities are aggregated through the hierarchical structure to produce global scores. And finally, sensitivity analysis is performed by varying criterion weights to evaluate result stability. One important advantage of this ratio-based approach is that it maintains the consistency and reduces the risk of ranking anomalies associated with traditional multi-criteria techniques such as TOPSIS. So the quantitative model begins with the industry benchmark data. So several patterns immediately appear. So low carbon virgin materials perform best regarding direct carbon emissions and technical performance. Recycled materials perform best regarding cost, availability, and circularity. And bio-based materials generally occupy an intermediate position. So therefore, no single alternative dominates across all criteria. This table confirms the necessity of a multi-criteria approach capable of resolving these trade-offs and identifying the best overall compromise. So because the original criteria use different units and scales, normalization is required. And carbon emissions are, for example, carbon emissions are measured in kilograms of CO2, cost is measured in monetary units, and availability and circularity use percentage. So there is a normalization process that converts all values into dimensional S benefit scores, creating a common comparison basis. So this transformation is transparent and is suitable for audit and verification purposes. After applying the criterion weights and aggregating local priorities, we obtain the final global ranking. The results indicate that the recycled materials, the alternative A, achieved the highest global priority score, and they are followed by low carbon virgin materials, and finally by bio-based materials, alternative B. So the key insight behind this result is that recycled materials offer the best overall balance between environment performance, economic competitiveness, availability, and circularity under the baseline weighting scenario. However, these decision or the decision environments do not remain static, they are dynamic. So sensitivity analysis examines how the ranking changes when the priorities shift. The most influential parameter is the weight assigned to the carbon footprint, so it's WCO2. 3 distinct regions appear. So in region 1, where the value is lower than 0.45, Where carbon receives relatively low weight, recycled material remain the perfect option. There is an intermediate region that is the region 2, a transition zone where rankings become sensitive to small changes. And the region 3, the region where the value is higher than 0.50, is the region where environmental performance dominates decision making. So the low carbon virgin alternative overtakes recycled materials. So we can see that the tipping point occurs at about 50% weight assigned to carbon emissions. Apart from the other sensitivity analysis, we also test the drivers. So this slide summarizes the primary drivers of ranking volatility. As you can see, the carbon footprint is by far the most influential criterion. Technical performance and cost availability. So the technical performance also affects the rankings. So it takes some inversions, particularly benefiting alternative C. Cost and availability strongly reinforce the position of alternative A, the recycled materials. Circularity, while important, acts mainly as a supporting criterion rather than a decisive factor. So overall, the results suggest that organizational sustainability priorities play a critical role in determining the preferred material class. So in terms of managerial implications, from a managerial perspective, the framework offers a clear guidance. So organizations prioritizing supply reliability, circular economy objectives, and cost efficiency should favor recycled materials. Organizations operating under strict emissions regulation may find low carbon virgin materials to be the better choice, especially when carbon reduction becomes the dominant objective. And bio-based materials remains promising, but their broad adoption depends on the future improvements in performance, market maturity, and supply availability. Most important, managers can adapt the framework to reflect their own strategic priorities and operational constraints. To conclude, I would like to highlight three main findings. So first, the proposed ratio-based AHP framework successfully integrates quantitative life cycle assessment data with qualitative operational considerations in a single decision support model. Second, under current benchmark conditions, recycled materials provide the most balanced overall solution. Third, the sensitivity analysis demonstrates that ranking changes are primarily driven by the relative importance assigned to carbon emission. Future research will focus on integrating full life cycle costing, accounting for uncertainty through FUSI, AHP, and Monte Carlo simulation, and by expanding the analysis to additional material categories and industrial application. So thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank to my co-author, Deborah Anelli, for her valuable collaboration and guidance.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for your contribution, your work, and also your availability to participate in this session. And now we can also move on to the fourth presentation. The fourth presenter should be Emma Sabatelli.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Please try to share your screen because
Yes.
hear you for now.
One moment.
Okay, we can also see your screen now.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you. afternoon to everyone. I'm Emma Sabataglia, and today I will present this work entitled An Integrated Framework for ESG Assessment and Action Planning in Eco-Industrial Parks, conducted with Professors Pierluigi Morano, Deborah Anelli, Francesca Fariello, and Francesco Tajani. So the presentation is organized into 6 parts. First, I will introduce the research framework and the aim of the work. Then I will present the proposed methodology and 2 case studies. And after that, I will discuss the main results and I will conclude with the main contribution and limitation of the study. So the starting point of this research is the role of industrial sector in the sustainability transition. Industrial activities are in fact essential for economic development, employment, and innovation, but at the same time they are associated with resource consumption, energy demand, and environmental impacts. For this reason, the transition from a linear to a circular model is particularly relevant for industrial areas. And in this perspective, industrial areas are not only places where impacts are produced, but these areas can also become places where circular solutions can be implemented in a larger and more coordinated scale. In this context, in this context, eco-industrial parks can be understood as a way to apply circular economy principles to industrial territories. So compared with conventional industrial parks where firms often operate separately, eco-industrial parks are based on cooperation among firms, shared infrastructures, and coordinated management. This means that companies can exchange materials and energy, they can share services and develop common strategies for water, waste, and resource management. So the performance of an eco-industrial park is not only the sum of individual firms' performance, but it also depends on how the park works as a system. Within sustainability assessment, ESG evaluations have become increasingly important because they provide transparent and comparable information on the 3 dimensions, so environmental, social, and governance performance. Originally, ESG was developed in the field of responsible investment in financial markets, but over time, it has expanded into a broader framework for sustainability reporting and performance assessment. However, in this context, applying ESG evaluation to eco-industrial parks requires some adaptation because most ESG tools are designed for individual companies, while, as we said, eco-industrial parks are territorial and multi-actor systems. So their performance depends on coordination mechanisms and collective interactions. So starting from this context, many ESG approaches for eco-industrial parks can assess performance through indicators, scores, or benchmarks, but they don't always explain how these results can guide action. In other words, they can show where the system is less aligned with the ESG objectives, but they often don't indicate which interventions should be prioritized, especially when resources are limited or there are some technical or organizational constraints. So the aim of this work is to address this issue by proposing two-phase goal programming framework. This framework is designed to connect ESG gaps, intervention priorities, and feasible strategies. So the proposed methodology is based on a two-phase framework. The first phase is a diagnostic phase because it assesses the current ESG performance of the park and identifies the main areas that require improvement. The second phase is perspective. So it starts from the results of the first phase and supports the selection of feasible strategies, considering cost constraints and priorities. So the main logic of this methodology is to connect two questions. So where are the ESG gaps and which actions should be prioritized to reduce those gaps in a feasible way? So, focusing on the first phase, that is a passive assessment, because the aim of this step is to measure how far the current ESG performance of the park is from a set of reference targets. These targets may come from regulations, institutional benchmarks, or international standards and best practices. So the process starts with the construction of the indicator system across the three dimensions, so environmental, social, and governance. Since indicators can have different units and scales, they are then normalized on a common scale. Then each normalized indicator is compared with its target. So if the value is below the target, the model measures the negative deviation, that is the gap that still need to be closed. In this phase, the model doesn't reward performance above the target, but it focuses only on identifying the areas where improvement is still needed. So in goal programming logic, each indicator is described by four elements. So the observed value, the target, the negative deviation, and a weight. In particular, the weight expresses the relevance attributed to that indicator, for example, through stakeholder consultation or expert judgment. And then the output is a diagnostic baseline, so a synthetic measure of ESG alignment and consequently the identification of priority areas for improvement. In this slide, there are some examples of indicators that can be included in the ESG assessment in the three dimensions. And in this framework, indicators are divided into two main groups. So the first group includes mandatory indicators that are linked to regulations, standard, or institutional benchmarks. The second one includes strategic voluntary indicators that are not necessarily linked to binding thresholds, but are useful for capturing broader ESG improvement priorities. It's important to highlight that the indicator system of the framework is not fixed, because it can be adapted to different eco-industrial parks depending on data availability, local priorities, and decision needs. The second phase is the active assessment. Here, the purpose is to support the selection of improvement strategies. So, starting from the priority areas identified in the passive phase, a strategy library is defined. So each strategy is described in terms of expected ESG improvement, implementation cost, and feasibility conditions. The feasibility condition is important in real context, because not all desirable actions can be implemented at the same time. In fact, in a context of limited resources, some actions may depend on other interventions. For this reason, the model is formulated as a goal programming knapsack problem. So each strategy can either be selected or not selected. The objective is to maximize the overall ESG improvements generated by the selected strategies. And at the same time, the model respects a set of constraints, such as the available budget, logical dependencies among actions, and minimum performance threshold. So the final output of this phase is an optimal action plan. So a set of strategies that is effective in ESG terms and feasible under the operational conditions of the park. This framework was applied to 2 eco-industrial parks with different profiles, Envy Park in Turin, so in Italy, and Kalundborg Symbiosis in Denmark. Envy Park, is a technology transfer hub focused on environmental technologies, energy efficiency, and sustainable mobility. It is a relatively small-scale park, about 30,000 square meters. On the other hand, Kalundborg Symbiosis is one of the most well-known examples of industrial symbiosis at international level. So it is a much larger system, about 5 million square meters, based on material, water, and energy exchanges among firms. These 2 cases are useful because they represent 2 different eco-industrial park models. One is smaller and innovation-driven, while the other is more mature and large-scale, infrastructure intensive. And these differences allow us to test whether the framework can be adapted to different types of parks. For both case studies, the assessment was based on the same set of ESG indicators structured around the 3 dimensions, so environmental, social, and governance, and this common structure makes the 2 cases comparable. At the same time, the way each indicator was measured and obviously the sources used were adapted to the specific characteristics and data availability of each eco-industrial park. So these radar charts show the weights assigned to each indicator, because the weights were derived from the questionnaires administered to the sustainability team members of these 2 parks. And this is important because the model doesn't assume that all indicators have the same relevance. Instead, it includes the priority expressed by the actors that are directly involved in the management of these parks. Now I show the main results of this implementation. So the first one is Envy Park. In this case, so the Italian case, in this case, the passive assessment shows that Envy Park has a solid ESG baseline. So social and governance performance are already strong, while the main areas requiring improvement are environmental. In particular, the critical issues concern resource efficiency, indirect emission, and some scale-related aspects. For this reason, the active assessment phase focuses on the environmental component, only on the environmental component. So the model considers an available budget of 750,000 euros, but the selected portfolio reaches the target with an effective cost of 355,000 euros. So as a result, the environmental performance index increases from 0.61 to 1, and this means that within the model and under the assumed constraints, the selected strategies are able to close the environmental gaps identified in the passive phase. So the second case, that is Kalundborg Symbiosis. Here, the passive assessment confirms the strong environmental performance that is consistent with its mature industrial symbiosis model. Governance performance is also high, also based on a more relational and cooperative model than Envy Park. The remaining areas for improvement mainly concern indirect emissions, some strategic environmental indicators, and the social dimensions, especially welfare services and community engagement. For this reason, the active phase is applied to both the environmental and social components. The model considers two separate budgets, so 860,000 euros for environmental actions and 550,000 euros for social actions. The final output shows that environmental performance increases from 0.80 to 1, while social performance increases from 0.78 to 0.88. The social component doesn't reach the 1 because some indicators are not directly actionable in the short term by park management. So this shows that the model respects some operational feasibility. So in conclusion, the study provides both a methodological and operational contribution. So methodologically, it integrates ESG performance assessment and strategy selection within a two-phase goal programming framework, and this allows ESG assessment to move from static reporting because the framework doesn't only show the park performance, but helps to identify which actions can be prioritized. Obviously, the study shows some limitations that are related to data availability, stakeholders, base weight, linear modeling assumption, and scenario-based cost estimates. For this reason, future research should test the framework on more eco-industrial parks. They can include also sensitivity analysis and integrate indirect impacts and consider also spillover and externalities. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Emma, for your contribution, your presentation. Thank you so much. And now we can move on to the last presentation of the second session. I don't know if Aurora Ruggeri can hear us. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Aurora. You can start by sharing your screen.
Yes. I hope that you can see my
Yes, okay, perfect.
presentation. Okay.
Okay, you can start.
Perfect, thank you. So, good morning again, everyone. My name is Aurora Ruggeri, and I'm from University U of Venice. And I'm presenting this study that was carried out together with the professors Luigi Morano, Felicia Di Lido, Francesco Tajani, and Giuseppe Emmi. This work examines how energy performance and building technology influence residential property values in the sale market and in the rental market. So let's see the title of the research, which is Rent and Buy Market Interaction, a focus on energy performance and building technological system. The central question is whether energy features, such as, for example, energy label or photovoltaic system, add value to a property, and whether that value is the same for buyers and the same for tenants. Here are some of the keywords that were used as the base of this research topic, like hedonic prices, Rome, which is the case study we refer to, and APC label, green premium, and sale versus rental. The introduction and the background is very quick, just to give a little panorama of our research. We can say that the residential market basically consists of two separate segments, but very interconnected among each other, which are the buying segment and the renting segment. They follow different logics, but they are influenced together by the energy performance of the building, which affects the comfort, the operating costs, and the overall quality of the staying in the home. So our idea is to understand to which extent the energy-related features are reflected in the sale prices and in the rental levels, and compare the two different market segments. Which leads us to the research gap and to the statement of the problem at the basis of the research. The research gap we focused on was the lack of a comparative evidence on how energy performance and building technological system influence the sale and rental segments, so a comparison between these two market segments. Our idea was to develop two different models that are called in our research the buy model and the rent model, and make a comparison to understand the marginal contribution of the energy-related variables and understand if the price premiums related to energy features act differently in these two segments. The methodology we adopted was a 6-phase methodological approach, which is divided into the definition of the variables of the two models, the data collection, data cleaning, the development of the marginal estimate model with the APR system, the understanding of the marginal contribution of the variables, and a final comparison of the two results we carried out. The case study we chose is the city of Rome in Italy, and it was possible with the use of a web crawler to download 11,000 of observation for the sale market and almost 2,000 observation for the rental properties. The data are homogeneous in the first half semester of the year 2025, and obviously the geographical area is the same, so that the comparison is based on the same logics. Then in this slide we show the different dependent variables that are used in the evolutionary polynomial regression. The main focus stays on the 5 energy-related variables, so the energy label, the presence or absence of central heating, of photovoltaic system, air conditioning system, and building automation. But also we collected more architectural related variables such as the property type, the floor area, the number of rooms, bedrooms, the floor level, the presence of a garage or a garden, so that the sum of all these variables make a contribution to the price estimation or to the rent estimation. But our goal was to basically understand the energy-related variables and their contribution to the price. The two databases, one for the buy market and the other one for the rent market, were used to develop an evolutionary polynomial regression simulation. This simulation combines the hedonic pricing logic with a genetic algorithm, and the model is able to identify also nonlinear relationship and interaction effects among the variables, the dependent and independent variables, and also select among all the variables in the model the most statistically significant ones. On the right, we have the presentation of the produced models. There are two models, one for the buy market and the other one for the renting market, where the dependent variable, so the Y, is in the first model the selling price, and in the second model the rental fee in euros per square meter per month. Then we proceeded to compare the two models. Obviously, the evolutionary polynomial regression has selected different variables for the buy and for the rent market, so that a first comprehension is which variables are kept in the final model and which one are excluded because they are less significant. In the sale market, the energy label is a variable that is selected, and it shows a clear and progressive positive effect on the price. Basically, buyers penalize low efficiency properties and reward higher energy classes. Also, photovoltaic systems are taken as a variable, and they generate a significant price premium. Instead, other characteristics such as air conditioning, building automation, and central heating were not selected in the buy model, which means that the buyer's tendency in regard to these features is that they do not choose the purchase if the features are present or not, because they are upgradable after the purchase. It is different in the rent model, the buyer's behavior, because, for example, air conditioning, which was excluded in the buy model, is the most influential energy-related driver for the rental purchase, which means that the tenant's priority is an immediate comfort indoor. Also, building automation has a positive effect. Energy level is also an important variable taken into consideration, but has a more limited impact on the price if compared to the buy model, because tenants tend to discount long-term energy savings given their shorter idea of occupancy in a rental house. Then there is a comparative framework that compares the two models, which reveals somehow a convergence of some points, like the main result is that the energy label is kept in both models and has a positive impact in buy and rent. But we can see that some other variables, such as air conditioning or building automation, are not taken into consideration in the buy market, while they have a really positive effect on the rent model. The central heating instead was not selected in neither of the two models. So basically, these findings may reflect to different decision-making logic, to different behavior. Buyers adopt a long-term perspective, and they price a great weight on energy efficiency and quality in the long-term run. Tenants instead give priority to immediate usability and comfort, which explain some features such as air conditioning or smart systems are more strongly rewarded in the rental segment. To summarize, we have that photovoltaic installation add value in both markets. Energy certificates is a stronger determinant, especially for the sale segment, and the comfort technologies instead are a stronger reward in pricing in the rental market. In this case, the evolutionary polynomial regression framework was effective in order to make a cross-market comparison. And in our idea, a future extension of this analysis should expand to other contexts, other cities, especially with a different climate area, so that we can check if these behavior are similar or different if we change drastically the climatic zone. So I finished my presentation. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I'm here.
Thank you so much, Aurora. Thank you very much. This is a very interesting presentation because now the field of energy efficiency in the building sector is under attention also to European frameworks and strategies, not only at national level. So in this field, we need to consider several things in order to provide effective and efficient assessment and support for guiding the energy transition for the built environment. So let me check if there is some comments on the Google model for any of you or not. After that, if there isn't anything, okay, there are no comments for any of the presentation. So thank you to all the presenters, both in presence and online. And we can see now in the further session that will start at 4 p.m. for the other presentation. So thank you to all of you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
You want to share this?
Yes.
It's a little hard to use, I think.
Okay. They can hear us. Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you for being here. This is the third session of the Socioeconomic and Environmental Models for Land Use Management workshop, organized in collaboration with the professors Luigi Marano, Francesco Tajani, and Felice Di Niddo from Sapienza University of Rome and Polytechnic University of Bari. This is the order of the presentation. So we will have 2 virtual presentations and the last one in presence. And here I put also the link for the virtual presenter for, of course, sharing their screen and their presentation. In order to connect and share our ideas and avoid the fear of public of speaking in English, we provided this Google module that you can see by using this QR code, by scanning this QR code, where you can put your comments, your observation, and also your ideas regarding the other presentations, so the other authors, and the other, of course, research. So we can now start with the first presentation. Only one moment, and I'm going to share the screen.
Secondo. No, non è secondo.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francesco.
Now. This one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francesca Cariello, and I am a PhD student. And today I will be presenting a research project carried out in collaboration with Professor of Polytechnic University of Bari and Sapienza University of Rome. It is entitled "The Impact of Different Pollution Site Typologies on Residential Real Estate Value." That is a systematic literature review. This work focuses on the relationship between environmental pollution and residential real estate values. More specifically, it investigates how different types of polluting sites can affect housing prices and how these effects vary according to proximity, type of source, and perception of environmental risk. So the presentation is organized into 5 main parts. First, I will introduce the aim of the work. Second, I will present the framework of the research. Third, I will describe the methodology adopted for the literature review. The fourth part will be dedicated to the results. Finally, I will conclude with the main findings, limitation, and future development of the research. The aim of this study is to analyze the scientific literature on the impact of pollution sources on residential property values. The review focuses on 3 key dimensions. The first one is spatial distance. Many studies show that proximity to a polluting source can influence housing price, but the effect is not always linear. The second dimension is the type of polluting source. Different sites produce different externalities. For example, landfills are often associated with odor, traffic, and landscape degradation. The third dimension is risk perception. Real estate markets do not respond only to objective contamination.
They also react to what residents, buyers, and investors perceive as dangerous or undesirable. Therefore, the contribution of this work is twofold. First, to compare evidence across major site typologies, and second, to provide a consolidated reference for researchers, policymakers, and practitioners involved in urban planning and environmental decision-making. The research is placed within a broader historical and regulatory framework. The first important moment is represented by 1972, with the publication of the Limits to Grow at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environmental in Stockholm. These events contributed to raising international awareness about the environmental consequences of uncontrolled economic and urban growth. A second phase can be identified between 1987 and 1992, with the Brundtland Report and the Rio Conference. During this period, the concept of sustainable development became central, introducing the idea that present development should not compromise the needs of future generations. In the 2000s, environmental policies became increasingly integrated, especially at the European level. Directives and programs on air quality, waste management, and soil protection contributed to linking the environmental protection with land use planning and urban governance. More recently, between 2021 and 2026, the debate has been reinforced by updated air quality standards and by more restrictive European directives. These developments show that pollution is now recognized as a major determinant of public health. At the same time, the concept of environmental justice has become increasingly important. It highlights how vulnerable communities are often more exposed to environmental risks, and consequently may also experience stronger social and economic disadvantages. The research is based on a systematic review of the international scientific literature. The methodology was organized into several steps. First, the identification of the databases. Second, the definition of keywords. Third, the screening of documents. And finally, the selection of the final corpus of studies. The main databases considered were Scopus and Google Scholar. The literature search was based on a combination of keywords related to polluting sites and the real estate markets, for example, landfill, incinerator, power plants, and so on. After the initial collection of documents, a screening phase was carried out using explicit inclusion and exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria were the following. First, the study had to explicitly analyze the relationship between the presence of or proximity to a polluting sites and changes in residential property values. Second, it had to use observed market data such as housing prices, market values, rents, or real estate transaction. Third, it had to adopt an empirical and quantitative approach. At the same time, some exclusion criteria were applied. For example, studies were excluded when they were exclusively theoretical or descriptive and did not provide empirical results on the real estate market. This process led to selection of 16 contributions. The selected papers were then analyzed according to the three main dimensions: the type of polluting site, the nature of the impact on property values, namely the reduction, increase, or absence of significant effects, and the intensity and persistence of the impact over time. In this way, the review does not simply describe individual case studies, but provides a comparative framework for identifying recurring patterns, difference between site typologies, and the main factors influencing the capitalization of environmental risk on the property values. The first category analyzed is represented by landfills. Landfills are among the most studied polluting sites in relation to residential property values. The literature shows a strong and recurrent depreciation
effect on nearby properties. This effect is connected to several factors. Some of them are direct and physical, such as unpleasant odors, heavy vehicle traffic, and landscape degradation. The impact on landfill is usually stronger for properties located closer to the facility, but its intensity depends on several variables, such as the type of waste, the size of the landfill, its operational status, and so on. The second category concerns incinerators. Incinerators are generally associated with the negative effects on housing market, mainly because of emission-related concern and perceived urbanizability. However, compared with the landfill, their impact is often more moderate and strongly connected to the life cycle of the plant. Several studies show that price effects can be particularly strong during the announcement, construction, and the opening phases, when uncertainty and public concern are higher. The third category concerns thermoelectric power plants. The literature generally shows that residential property values tend to decrease near large fossil fuel power plants. This effect is mainly linked to the air pollution, visual impact, plant capacity, and social acceptance. In several studies, proximity to power plants is associated with a measurable reduction in housing prices, especially within a limited spatial radius around the facility. However, the effect is not necessarily permanent. The fourth category is represented by petrochemical plants and oil-related infrastructures. In this case, the results are more heterogeneous. In many contexts, petrochemical plants have a negative impact on property values, especially when health risk, accidents, emission, or environmental disputes are strongly perceived. At the same time, the relationship is not always purely negative. In some contexts, these infrastructures may also bring employment opportunities, infrastructure improvement, and local economic benefits. These benefits can partially offset environmental disadvantages, especially where the industrial activity is perceived as economically important for the territory. For this reason, petrochemical plants represent a particularly complex category. The fifth category concerns brownfields. Brownfields are particularly interesting because they represent both an environmental problem and a regeneration opportunity. Before remediation, they are usually associated with the contamination, abandonment, urban decay, and negative territorial stigma. For this reason, they can reduce nearby property values. However, after remediation and redevelopment, brownfields can generate positive effects on the real estate market. The literature shows that rehabilitation can increase nearby property values, especially when the intervention improves environmental quality. The sixth category concerns river and marine pollution. In this case, the relationship between environmental quality and residential values is particularly evident in coastal areas, waterfront districts, and neighborhoods located along urban waterways. Water quality directly influences residential attractiveness. Pollution events, poor ecology conditions, bad outdoors, or visual degradation can reduce property values. So the review also considered other pollution sources that are less systematically studied but still relevant for local housing markets. These include former military sites, mining areas, quarries, and intensive agricultural facilities. Former military areas may present contamination from fuels, heavy metals, or munitions. Mining areas are abandoned quarries can generate a negative effect because of landscape degradation, soil contamination, and ground weight risks. In some cases, deforestation may persist even after mining activities have ended because the territorial image remains affected by the previous industrial use. Finally, intensive agricultural facilities, especially large livestock farms, may produce externalities such as odors, liquid waste, and nitrate pollution. These effects can reduce residential attractiveness, particularly in rural contexts where landscape quality and environmental amenities play an important role in property values. Across these different sources, the common factors are contamination, limited transparency, and perception of risk. However, the literature also suggests that remediation, clear communication, and effective governance can reduce negative impacts and support market recovery. This slide summarizes the main findings of the research. And to conclude, the systematic literature review confirms that most polluting sites are associated with lower residential property values. However, the intensity and persistence of this effect vary significantly according to the typology of sites, the spatial context, and the perception of the risk. The first main findings is that landfill, incinerator, and so on produce negative impacts on nearby housing values. The second finding is that some categories present a more complex dynamic. And the third finding is that the environmental quality improvement can support value recovery. At the same time, the review presents some limitations. The evidence is heterogeneous across countries, markets, and regulatory context. Methods, variables, and spatial scales are not always fully comparable. Moreover, risk perception and the life cycle of polluting sites are difficult to measure consistently. Future research should therefore move in three main directions. First, it should develop more systematic comparison across site typologies and geographical context. Second, it should integrate a real estate evaluation model with GIS, spatial econometrics, and temporal analysis in order to better capture both proximity effects and long-term dynamics. Third, it should pay more attention to remediation policies, communication strategies, and urban regeneration processes, because these elements influence market expectations and the perception of the environmental risks. In this sense, the relationship between polluting site and housing values is not only a question of market depreciation, it is also a question of sustainable urban transformation, where there are valuation more to inform the planning decision. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so thank you, Francesca, for sharing your contribution. And now we move on to the second presentation of this session. Okay.
Hear me?
Okay. Hello, Felicia. We can hear you, and you can try to share your screen. I don't know. Also, if Paula, are you also?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good morning. Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes. You can start.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. The study entitled Managing Tourism Pressure Impacts on Urban Real Estate in Italy has been developed in collaboration with Paola Moruso from LUM University of Casamassima Bari, Pierluigi Morano and Marco Lo Curcio from Polytechnic University of Bari, and Francesco Tajani from Sapienza University of Rome. The research investigated the complex relationship between tourist development, over-tourism, and urban housing market through a comparative analysis of three Italian cities, Bari, Perugia, and Venice. The presentation will be organized into the following steps: an introduction to the research topic, the definition of the study objective, and an overview of the theoretical background. This section will provide the conceptual framework for understanding the relationship between tourist pressure and urban real estate dynamics. The second part of the presentation, discussed by my colleague Paola Moruso, will focus on the data and methodology adopted in the research, the main empirical findings, and the concluding remarks, including policy implication and further other research direction. Urban tourism represents both a strong opportunity and a significant challenge for contemporary European cities. Currently, it has become a structural component of urban economies, influencing not only economic performance, but also the social and spatial organization of cities. This transformation is being driven by several interconnected factors, including the growth of global mobility, the expansion of transport networks, the widespread diffusion of digital platforms. In particular, home sharing system and alternative accommodation models have strongly reshaped the use of urban space, blurring the interconnection between residential and tourist functions. As a result, tourism affects urban spatial organization, the distribution of economic activities, and the real estate market dynamics. On the one hand, it generates important benefits such as job creation, growth in service sector, the enhancement of cultural and heritage assets. On the other hand, it can also produce significant challenges, including rising housing and real estate prices, reduced housing availability for residents, and the progressive transformation of districts to serve tourist demand. These dynamics are more evident in historic city centers, where the balance between residential life and tourism activities become weak. Within this context, it is essential to address the broader concept of overtourism. Overtourism describes a situation in which tourist pressure impacts in a negative way the residents' quality of life, the sustainability of urban environments. This phenomenon is not only determined by the number of visitors, it also depends on tourism intensity, the physical and the functional structure of urban areas, the capacity of urban planning system, and the effectiveness of public governance. Building on this framework, the central research question guiding the present study is how does tourism development influence the structure and the dynamics of urban real estate market across cities at different stages of tourism development? To answer this question, the study analyzes the impact of tourism development on urban real estate market through a comparative approach applied to 3 Italian cities representing different levels of tourism maturity: Bari, Perugia, and Venice. The analysis focuses on 3 key dimensions: residential property prices, the diffusion of short-term rentals, and the supply of tourism accommodation. By examining these indicators of the period 2019-2024, how tourism pressure affects housing market mechanism and contributes to broader processes of urban transformation is assessed. This comparative approach also allows to identify both common patterns and significant differences in the relationship between tourism growth, housing market, and urban change across cities characterized by different levels of tourism intensities. In this regard, the concept of urban sustainability becomes central to the discussion. Urban sustainability in tourism context refers to the ability of cities to keep a long-term balance between economic development, social well-being, and environmental quality. When tourism growth is not properly managed, this balance can upset in a negative way. Cities may experience increased congestion, pressure on public infrastructure, higher environmental stress, and growing social inequalities, especially in access to housing and urban services. Ensuring urban sustainability, therefore, means preserving the livability of cities while allowing tourists to develop in an inclusive way. Now, tourism is widely recognized as a powerful driver of urban development. When effectively managed, it generates significant benefits, including increased local expenditure, job creation, service sector expansion, a greater attractiveness for investment. Moreover, tourism can contribute to the enhancement of cultural heritage and raise the international visibility of urban destination. However, the rapid growth of tourism may also generate generate relevant issues, critical issues, especially when visitor flows exceed the carrying capacity of urban environments. In this situation, the increase in pressure on transport system, on waste management service, on water resource, and on other public infrastructure can be determined. At the same time, high tourism intensity often contribute to traffic congestion, noise pollution, and growing competition between residents and visitors for urban resources and public spaces. These dynamics can gradually reduce the residents' quality of life and weaken the social cohesion within local communities. The key issue, therefore, is not the tourism itself, but the capacity of cities to manage tourism growth in a sustainable way. When tourism development exceeds urban capacity and governance mechanisms are enabled to respond effectively, city centers risk to become increasingly tourist-oriented space, compromising the social, residential and functional balance that characterize the resident urban communities. At this point, to understand the mechanism through which the short-term rental contribute to this transformation is crucial. A key element is the rapid expansion of digital platforms such as Airbnb and Booking, which have significantly reduced barriers to entry in the short-term rental market. This has encouraged many property owners to convert residential housing into tourist accommodation, thereby reducing the supply of long-term rental housing. These changes in housing supply generate several effects in urban real estate market. In cities under strong pressure, tourist pressure, they are often associated with rising property values and increasing rental prices. Over time, this process may also contribute to the gentrification and spatial polarization, where specific urban areas becomes oriented toward the tourist demand rather than residential use. As housing affordability declines, local residents may face increasing difficulties in accessing central urban areas, leading in some cases to a gradual reduction of permanent population in the historical city centers. This mechanism highlights the growing importance of urban governance. Effective policies responses require an integrated approach that considers demographic trend, real estate market mechanism, and tourism accommodation capacity in a coordinated manner. Urban strategies must move beyond the sectoral fragmentation and address tourism, housing, and urban development as an interconnected system. The outline framework suggests that over-tourism should not be understood as a tourism issue, but rather as a wider urban challenge involving housing equity, social sustainability, and governance capacity. I will now hand over to my colleague who will present the empirical analysis, the result, and the conclusion of these studies.
Good evening, everyone. As introduced by my colleague, this research investigates the relationship between tourism development and real estate market dynamics by developing a comparative analysis of 3 Italian cities, Bari, Perugia, and Venice. The main objective of this study is to understand how different levels of tourism intensity influence housing markets and urban transformations. Tourism is often considered an economic driver, but its effects on cities are complex and highly dependent on local conditions. By comparing 3 urban contexts with different levels of tourism maturity, the study aims to identify whether tourism growth generates similar or different impacts on real estate values and urban sustainability. Specifically, the 3 selected cities represent distinct stages along a tourism development continuum. Bari can be considered an emerging tourism destination. In fact, in recent years, the city has experienced rapid growth in visitor numbers, supported by improved accessibility and increasing international demand. However, it has not yet reached conditions associated with over-tourism. Perugia represents an intermediate situation. Tourism pressure is moderate and more evenly distributed throughout the year, thanks to the presence of universities and cultural events. Moreover, the city recently introduced an urban digital twin, which is an innovative digital tool that supports planning and monitoring activities. Finally, Venice represents the mature stage of tourism development. In fact, it is one of the most visited cities in Europe, and it has experienced decades of tourism pressure, resulting in a significant transformation of both the housing market and the social structure of the city. So, to compare these three contexts, we analyzed data covering the period 2019-2024. The year 2019 was selected as the last complete year before the COVID-19 pandemic, while 2024 represents the most recent year with complete data availability. For the real estate sector, we used official residential property quotations provided by the Italian Revenue Agency through the Real Estate Market Observatory database. We examined both sale prices and rental values. For tourism, we used the Italian National Statistical Institute data on tourist arrivals and overnight stays, distinguishing between hotel and non-hotel accommodation. We also determined the average length of stay in order to better understand tourism behavior in each city. So the first figure shows the percentage variation in tourist arrivals and overnight stays between 2019 and 2024. The most remarkable result is Bari's performance. Tourist arrivals increased by more than 30%, while overnight stays grew by over 34%. This indicates a strong expansion phase driven largely by non-hotel accommodation. Perugia also experienced growth, although at a more moderate pace. Arrivals increased by approximately 10%, while overnight stays rose by about 15%, suggesting a stable and balanced development pattern. Venice, despite maintaining by far the highest absolute number of visitors, shows only limited percentage growth. Arrivals increased by around 7% and overnight stays by just over 2%. This suggests that Venice has reached a mature stage where tourism is already highly consolidated and further expansion becomes more limited. Therefore, the first graph highlights three different tourist profiles: rapid expansion in Bari, moderate growth in Perugia, and consolidation in Venice. Regarding the real estate market, the second graph compares the percentage variation in sale prices and rental values within the central urban areas of the three cities. Bari presents a relatively balanced situation. Sale prices increased slightly by about 1%, while rents rose by around 4%. Despite strong tourism growth, the housing market remains stable and shows no evidence of structural distortion. Perugia displays a very different pattern. Sale prices decline significantly by approximately 15%, while rental values increased by more than 30%. This divergence is particularly interesting because it suggests a reallocation of demand toward rental housing rather than property ownership. Tourism may be contributing to this trend, but it is likely interacting with other local factors, including student demand and changing housing preferences. Venice shows a third configuration. Sale prices remained stable, while rental values experienced a slight decline. This may seem unexpected for a city characterized by over-tourism. However, it reflects a mature and highly saturated market where tourism pressure has already been incorporated into property values over time. The second graph, therefore, demonstrates that tourism growth does not automatically translate into increasing property prices. The relationship is much more complex and depends on the stage of tourism development and local market conditions. This interpretation becomes even more consistent in the third graph, which directly compares the growth in overnight stays with changes in rental values. In Bari, the strong increase in tourism corresponds to only modest growth in rents. This suggests that tourism is beginning to influence the housing market, but has not yet generated structural effects. Perugia shows the most pronounced imbalance. Moderate tourism growth is associated with a very strong increase in rental values. This can indicate a selective transformation of the housing market, where rental demand appears to be growing faster than tourism itself. Finally, Venice presents the opposite situation. Despite maintaining extremely high visitor volumes, rental values decline slightly. This result confirms that highly mature tourism destinations may behave differently from emerging ones. Once tourism reaches saturation levels, additional visitor growth may no longer produce upward pressure on rents. Taken together, these findings allow to identify three distinct urban models. Bari represents an emerging tourism city where visitor growth has not yet substantially altered housing market dynamics. Perugia represents a transitional model characterized by moderate tourist pressure but significant restructuring within the rental market. And finally, Venice represents a mature tourism system where long-term tourist pressure has already transformed the urban environment and where governance interventions play an increasingly important role. The main conclusion of this research is that the relationship between tourism and real estate is not linear. Increasing tourist demand does not generate the same effects everywhere. The impact depends on tourist maturity, housing demand structure, urban characteristics, and the effectiveness of local governance. From a policy perspective, these findings underline the importance of proactive urban management. In this regard, digital tools such as the urban digital twins may become particularly valuable. In cities like Perugia, they can support predictive analysis and help anticipate future pressures. On the other hand, in highly saturated contexts such as Venice, they can assist monitoring activities and evaluate the effectiveness of regulatory measures. Future research should expand both the temporal and geographical scope of the analysis and develop econometric models capable of incorporating additional variables such as demographic trends, infrastructure quality, service provision, and climate conditions. In conclusion, tourism should not be viewed simply as an economic opportunity or a source of pressure. Rather, it is a multidimensional force that interacts with housing markets, urban development, and social sustainability in different ways depending on local conditions. Understanding these interactions is essential for designing more balanced and sustainable urban futures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Paola, and thank you, Felicia, for this outstanding contribution. Now we can move on to the last contribution of this session, presence. So, can you... Okay. No. I have to share the screen.
Yes, you can stop sharing.
Okay.
In the first, third, okay. The second window, choose the one.
Sì. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giuseppe Cegullo, and I am a PhD student at Sapienza University of Rome. Today, I will present the paper entitled An Optimization Method to Ensure Reliability in the Assessment of the Special Property. This work is in collaboration with Professor Benedetto Manganelli, Morente, Francesco Paolo Del Giudice, and Francesco Tajani. The central issues of the paper is the evaluation of a special property with a specific focus on Italian nursing home. Before starting, I would like to show the structure of the presentation, which is divided in 6 main parts. The first one is the aim of the research. After that, I will introduce the framework of the study with reference to social care asset, facility typology, and the main characteristic of the nursing home market. Then I will present the optimization method. Next, the case study applied based on Italian nursing home will be described. Finally, there will be the results and the conclusion. The aim of this research is to reduce the discretionary component in evaluation of special properties. In the case of social care properties, market value is commonly estimated through the discount cash flow analysis. This method is particularly effective but requires several assumptions. For example, the valuer has to define market rent, operating revenues, operating costs, the discount rate, etc. For ordinary properties, some of these assumptions can be supported by market data. For special properties, this is more difficult. These assets are more heterogeneous, market comparables are often limited, and many parameters are only partially observable. So the objective of this work is therefore not to replace the professional judgment of the valuer, but to support it. The proposed method translates the professional valuation pattern into a transparent optimization framework. Moving forward to talking about the social care asset, in general, these structures are mainly used by frail people, disabled people, and elderly people. So the relevance of this asset class is strongly connected with the demographic change, especially Italy, that is known for its aging population. So by 2042, the elderly population is expected to increase by 36%, and the supply of beds in social care facilities corresponds to around 2.5% of the elderly population. In Italy, social care facilities include several typologies. They differ according to care intensity, target users, and service configuration. The focus of this study is on residential care facilities, which are mainly intended for elderly people who are not self-sufficient. From a valuation perspective, one of the key aspects to consider is the revenue structure. And for accredited residential healthcare facility, revenue usually have 2 main components. The first component is the healthcare fee paid by the National Health Service. The second component is the accommodation fee paid by the resident. For this reason, facility type, accreditation status, and revenue mix must be carefully considered before estimating the market value of care facilities. This slide provides some market benchmark for the care facility sector. First, daily tariffs are decided by each region, and they reflect the regional regulation. In Italy, there is not a single national system. For example, the daily tariff per bed range from around 70 euros to 167 euros, with a national average of around 112 euros. Second, operation costs are very high. They absorb around 90% of the production value. These costs include the personal costs such as director, nurses, doctor, etc. They also include ordinary management costs such as utilities, consumable, food, and facility costs. Finally, affected yields are generally between 6.5 and 8%, while annual rent may vary from about 5,500 to 9,500 euro per bed. These benchmarks are important because they help to define a realistic limit for the valuation model. The method combines the income-based logic of the discount cash flow analysis with a goal programming approach. The discount cash flow analysis remains the valuation framework. The optimization layer is added to rationality the selection of the main parameters and to check whether they are coherent with the observable professional practice. For this reason, the model uses the classic structure of a programming algorithm. First, there is an objective function, which is used to maximize or minimize one or more variables. Second, there are the decision variable of the algorithm. In this study, the main variables are the market rent, the discount rate, and the market value. Third, there are the constraints, expressed as the inequality that the model must respect in order to find the optimal solution. The result is not a mechanical replacement for the value, it is a reliability check. This way, the method helps to reduce subjectivity and to make the evaluation process more transparent and replicable. After defining the method, the paper applies it to a sample of 25 evaluation of Italian residential facility. The application follows 4 operational steps. The first step is the technical profile of each asset. This includes the location, accessibility, building type, etc. The second step is the collection of the economic input. For example, this includes current or market rent, occupancy level, operating revenues. The third step is the reconstruction of the discount cash flow analysis. The fourth step is the optimization test. The original appraisal value are compared with the output generated by the algorithm to measure the distance between no value and algorithm output. This study uses 2 indicators, mean absolute percentage and mean absolute error. The purpose of the application is therefore to understand whether the model can work as a fast and transparent reliability check for real valuation. This slide summarizes the main results of the application. The analysis focuses on 3 key output variables: market rent, market value, and the discount rate. The model performed particularly well for market value, with an average error of about 9%. The discount rate shows a higher percentage of error and a greater sensitivity. This is because the discount rate synthesizes several components and represents the risk connected with the real estate investment. For this reason, even small absolute difference in the discount rate may produce a relatively high percent error. This slide explains how the algorithm can be used in practice. The model produces a benchmark value. The value can compare the original estimated market value with the benchmark generated by the algorithm. The study proposes an acceptable verification band of plus or minus 50%. If the estimated value falls inside the band, the appraisal may be considered broadly coherent with the benchmark generated by the model. If the estimated value falls outside the band, this does not automatically mean that the appraisal is wrong. It means that the main assumption should be discussed and documented more carefully. Its main practical advance is that it can make the appraisal review process quicker, more transparent, and easier to challenge with the relevant different emerging. To conclude, this research proposes a rational method to support the evaluation of special properties. The method is designed as a support tool for appraisal carried out through discount cash flow analysis. Its main objective is to reduce the excessive subjectivity that can affect the estimation of key discount cash flow analysis parameters, such as revenue, cost, rent, discount rate, exit rate, etc. The proposed algorithm helps rationalize these input by constraining them with the empirical range derived from professional evaluation practice. At the same time, the research has some limitation. The current database includes 25 case studies, so the first future development should be extension of the same work. A second development is the application of the algorithm to other special property classes, such as hotel, retail center, sport facilities, cinemas, etc. Finally, the model could also be expanded, including ESG-related parameters, which are becoming increasingly relevant in real estate valuation practice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Thank you for your contribution and your research. So here we are. We finished this last session of Socioeconomic and Environmental Models for Land Use Management workshop. I really want to thank you, all the authors and all the presentation, also the co-authors, for their contribution and for their involvement into this workshop. And I hope to see you next year in Bali, not Bari, Bali, at the next ICCSA conference. So thank you and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.